Good morning, good afternoon, 44 Trading Room. Good morning, team. How are you today? I hope everyone had a great day yesterday and ready to cash in another one. At least seems like the market is ready to start in green after, well, quite of a little bit better than expected CPI data. At least the core CPI was a bit better than expected. The left over of the data, it was not that good though, but the market still pricing in as a great news for overall, as the SPY is up 1.22% at the moment. Triple Q as well, very nice and strong. It's 160 or 140 on the Triple Q. I'm just going to find it soon. 154 already on the SPY. Sorry, I just checked it like, I don't know, 10 minutes ago. Seems like the SPY, both the SPY and Triple Q, 180 already. Wow, what a jump. Both of the indices, and of course, including the Dow Jones pushing higher indeed. Why is it that optimistic? Not only the CPI numbers, which causing this huge move to the upside, but as I just stated yesterday, the earnings season officially started. Traders with the big banks, including JP Morgan, Wells Fargo, Citi, BlackRock, and so far all of them just beat the expectations. So this is helping for the market to push to the green side and even higher. Hi, Lionel. ¿Cómo estás? Hi, Lee. Good morning. Nice to see everyone. Hi, Guidance Room traders. So, in a nutshell, market is green. Very nice gap up already. SPY is over this $590 level, which 590 is going to serve like a support if it's going to stay above that. As you can see on the daily, this is the meeting point of the 20 and the 50 EMA on the daily. So 590 anyway, it's a quite of a stronger level on the daily chart of the SPY. So let's see whether it can stay above that $590 level. And on the Triple Q, if we just check the Triple Q here, you can see that this is bouncing nicely to 515 level, which again can be a quite of a stronger resistance here. As you can see, this was an all-time high for a while back in November, and since then we have just seen the prices to hovering around this 515 level on the Triple Q. Now, of course, again, if it's going to break through, this is going to serve as a stronger support, but it has not broken yet. Also, as I've told you, as I see, the whole sentiment is very bullish thanks to CPI numbers, especially the core CPI, which is called like the sticky part of the inflation figures. It's always the core inflation traders, and that was a much better than expected number. As I've told you, not all of the numbers just behaved that well. Like core CPI was 0.1% lower as the forecast, but the CPI monthly and the CPI yearly, both of the data increased a bit from previous months. Also, it just came along with the expectations. So 0.4 was the expectation for the monthly CPI, which just met the expectations, analyst expectation, and 2.9 was the CPI yearly. And we had one more data, by the way, not to forget the Empire State Manufacturing Index, which unfortunately it was much worse than expected. So indeed, in this case, it's not. I'm not sure it's a problem because, as you know, now all of the market participants wants to see that the Fed is going to go back to the rate cuts, and at least to do these 2 rate cuts during 2025. So that's why this CPI reading, it was a very important number now, traders, because if it would have been much worse than expected, which means higher number, then this would have been mean that the Fed is not going to do the things as they planned, and the market would have been like in a trouble. But this has not happened. Also, as I've told you, Empire State Manufacturing Index, it's not in the best shape. Also, we still have some data today. and not even data, but rather FOMC member speakers. Like Barkin, she's going to speak at 9:20. After that, Kashkari, he's going to speak at 10 o'clock. And you know, Kashkari caused some trouble in the past, so let's just be careful at 10 o'clock, traders. 10:30, crude oil inventories. 11, Williams is speaking, and after that, the last one who is going to speak is Goolsbee, FOMC member Goolsbee. He is going to speak at 12 p.m. And the last news for today, it's going to be the Beige Book at 2 p.m. So traders, today it's an extremely, extremely heavy and very busy day on the economic side. So please just let's be careful around 10 o'clock, 11, 12, 2 p.m. So lots of opinions and news are going to hit the market today. But there is no doubt the most important, it was the CPI number, which you can see is just caused a nice jump. Hi, Victor. Good morning to you. So let's see. I'm definitely wondering what's going to be the continuation on that day. Market going to keep running higher, as I've told you, and we just seen together that 515 and 590 can be the levels on the spine triple Q. So let's just keep an eye on that. Hi, Dor. Good morning to you. And on the news cycle as well, as I've told you, at 10 o'clock Kashkari speaking, 10:30 crude oil inventories, 11 after 12, after 2. So really busy day here. Okay, let's see how the rest of the world stock exchanges behaved. Well, Asia quite mixed. Nikkei down, Hang Seng up. Of course, after that kind of CPI data, especially the Hang Seng is just jumped nicely together with the overall Asia Dow. It's a little bit higher. Europe beautiful into the green side. The 10 years just tumbled from really big, like from high levels, 480 on the US 10 years treasuries, and now it's just moving back towards to this under this 470%. So that's a good one. Futures beautiful and green, and actually all of the, as I see, gold, silver, crude oil, all of them are quite strong today. And of course the Bitcoin just seen a huge jump up after the news, and that was quite of a roller coaster weekend for the Bitcoin especially already, because as you know, it's just touched it's 89,000 something, now it's 99,000, very close to the 100K again. So let's see whether this was a great spot to buy the dip on the Bitcoin. But let's be careful with that. You know exactly how crazy this instrument can be. All right, traders. So what else in the news? Of course, as I've told you, not only CPI numbers, but the bank stocks just made a killing on the start of the earnings season for today. JP Morgan, Wells Fargo, Goldman Sachs just posted a really nice beat on the numbers, but it's still Charles Schwab, as I've seen, BlackRock coming, and so on. So I think there will be a little bit more, but great start for the banks at least. U.S. consumer prices rose more than forecast in December. This is what I was reflecting on with the monthly and the yearly CPI numbers, but the core CPI, it was on the cooling phase, so that's a good news. Okay, Donald Trump, not great popularity rating is in the stock market sweet spot. Well, Donald Trump is getting close here. I mean, his inauguration day is going to happen next week, so let's just be ready for that as well, but we still have some days to trade before that. We have some news, of course, regarding some stocks here. Quantum computing stocks, it's up today. I'm just going to tell you why. Hi, Mark. Good morning to you. Bank earnings were strong. PPI flat. Well, CPI flat, yes, but the core CPI, this is what I was talking about, that in my opinion, the core CPI, which looks like it's just cooled down a little bit, this was a kind of a good news for the market as well. But yes, you are right. Like as I've told to the traders here in the room, that I think that the yearly and especially the monthly CPI, it was not that great number. So maybe the banks had a biggest role in this move to the upside. But if you just, you know, it's hard to say because everything happened quite in the same time. So let's see how the market is going to behave after the morning bell. But so far, it's quite strong indeed. Also, as I mentioned you, and I'm just repeating myself, I'm going to be very careful on the 515 level on the triple Q and the 590 level on the SPY, because both of the levels are quite strong and sticky resistance / support. Let's see now the triple Q. For the triple Q 515, it's quite of a strong support. The SPY just passed this 590 5 minutes ago. Everything is just changing fast. Now it's just getting back to its support to 590s. I'm going to keep an eye on these two levels for today. Okay, guys, but thank God we have some great movers as well, not just the bank stocks, but definitely bank stocks are going to be on our list. But as I mentioned you, not only JP Morgan, Wells Fargo, Citi, and the rest can go to the long list, but quantum computing stocks are rising after Microsoft announced its new Quantum Ready program for businesses. And Microsoft just told indeed that we are the advent of the reliable quantum computing era, and that means that the rejected computing, D-Wave Quantum, and IonQ as well just made a nice pre-market jump. I'm going to be aware of that and definitely put them on my long list, but be careful with these stocks. As you know, they are quite volatile in the recent weeks. So let's just start with JP Morgan, Wells Fargo, and like all of them, which look like a great jumpers. If we just check JP Morgan quickly, it's 1.73% higher, $251 level. This is like quite close to the previous high, which is, I guess it's an all-time high. So 255 can be a quite of a resistance, but so far JP Morgan looks like as a great continuation. Wells Fargo, let's just check Wells Fargo, nice reversal, 74.50 at the moment, 75 looks like as a decent resistance, and after that again, the high, previous high, which is all-time high. So WFC looks like as a nice and green one. Let's see Citi. Citi is just jumping nicely and it's ready to make a new all-time high. As I see 78 already. Wow, that's a jumper. Look at that. It's like a grasshopper indeed. So Citi, it's very strong too. JP Morgan, Wells Fargo, I like it, and Citi, let's just put it there. RGTI and IonQ is going to be on my list from the quantum computing space. And as I see, yeah, Wells Fargo just beat the expectations. JP Morgan Chase, fourth quarter results beat analyst expectations, and so on. So looks like Goldman Sachs, oh yes, don't forget GS, which is just again a nice jumper, and I like the GS. First of all, it's a quite of a great mover. Second, I think might is going to head towards to the $600 level, which means we still have like $6 to go. So regarding the risk reward, it looks like a good one. But for that, we need a continuation after the opening bell, and definitely an open range break, maybe. I know the guys like to trade it in the room. I'm not that big fan of it. I just would like to wait a small pullback and then to join the party. Sometimes I miss the party there, but this is my type of strategy. So let's see whether they can just, rock it again after the opening bell and continue this big move. Hood new all-time high. Thank you, Kevin. Just checking Robinhood here. Oh, wow. Yeah, you are right. 6% higher. Nice. And I cannot see the news about the Hood here. I see JP Morgan, Goldman Sachs, BlackRock, Citigroup, but I cannot see the Hood news. I'm just going to check it, but you are right. This looks like as a strong one, and I like the pre-market volume, Kevin. I really like it. So we're just going to put it to the long side. Checking KBH, we just had, some nice earnings. Yesterday it gave back all of the profit as I see. Maybe today is going to be the day mark. I like KBH as well. Nice, 6% higher. Pre-market volume, it's not that good yet. That's why I'm going to put it just to the secondary list, but looks great for a nice pop for today on KBH. And on the daily, after this good news, we should see a continuation indeed. I mean higher, not lower. So I like it. to our list. If you have still anything on your radar, please just let me know, traders. I really appreciate it. If you have any, especially for the short side, because so far as the market is just jumping so much, I'm just checking what is in red, and I must tell you only SQQQ, which is, you know, it's the ETF of the triple Q, and it's the inverse. So when the triple Q is going up, SQQQ is going down, so it's obvious that it's going down, but nothing else. Of course, I have my shorter list here. I mean the really weak stock so far, but I cannot see any names which sounds familiar, which means that they are rather like lower price or even lower volume stocks. So let's just see what is the first one, which I quite of like and know. Actually, I don't have too many. We have a huge, lots of ETF on the list for sure. Holix, it's here, by the way. It's down 2.42%, which I know that stock indeed. What else here? I cannot see too many to the short side, but you know what? If the market wants to go up, we are going to long, so no problem at all. Also, I'm just going to take a look at this HOLX, which is low on the volume, but looks like it's a great continuation indeed. But unfortunately, the pre-market volume is quite low. Average volume is not that bad, like over 1 million, but still quite weak indeed. I'm just going to put it on my secondary list. So actually, traders might, I'm not going to have any short candidate for today, because the rest of the stocks on my list is like Digital Realty Trust, which is up as well, DLR. It's higher after an upgrade to buy from hold at Deutsche Bank. So DLR, we can just still put it on the long list. Looks nice. Also, again, no, not on the long list, maybe only on the secondary list, but I'm going to be very careful with that stock because, sorry, unfortunately, this has a very low volume. Hi, Nitsan. I'm the only one it's stock. Which stock, Nitsan? I just need a short. If you have any short candidate, please just let me know. But I'm not going to put anything to the short side at the moment. Also, again, traders, very strong, very nice bullish sentiment. Also, I'm going to be careful with that as well, because lots of FOMC member speakers in the line for today. The first one, Chris Barkin speaking in 2 minutes, but at 10 o'clock, Kashkari is coming. And I remember that once, like it was last year, when he just caused really, really, really ugly turbulence on the market. So I'm going to be definitely very careful at 10 o'clock. And after that, be careful at 11, 12, and 2 p.m. is the beige book. Okay, so this is for me today. I just put the bank stocks and the new stocks on my watch list. You know exactly that, especially the big tech stocks I'm going to watch. The strongest on my watch list, by the way, is UPST, traders, UPST. It's up 7%, nice pre-market volume, and I love the daily. So you know what? I'm still going to put it to my long list. I like the fact that this is just making a great reversal from the 200 EMA on the daily. After that, AFRM is coming. There was some news on the AFRM. Is the same. I like AFRM. Ooh, I will have a really long list, like really a lots of stocks there. And after that, even the semicons are quite strong. SOXL is up 5.6%. PLTR, Coin, of course, Coin. Don't forget Coin because of the Bitcoin. Mara, Tesla, SMCI, Shopify, BAC on a sympathy play, and so on. So lots of great plays for today. So let's just make a nice green day, traders. Thank you, DVG. That's even better that you just get it on the announcement, because we have so many speakers and so many economic events for today that it's better to see that in writing. So traders, I wish you a beautiful green day. Also, I think that especially the start of the day is going to be volatile after that so many news. And as I've told you, 10 o'clock, be careful. I'm just going to move to the guidance room to trade the traders. And please don't forget, if you have any questions, any troubles, any questions regarding the TEF's funded accounts or challenges, because there are new challenges out there. You can just see them, by the way. It's not on the website yet. It's so new. But if you just register on the TEFs, then and go to the client area, you can see the challenges and the funded accounts next to each other. A really great one. And I really like these challenges, by the way. If you are interested, please just go there and watch it for yourself. So good luck, everyone. Have a green one, and see you tomorrow.
Traders, good morning and welcome to the 44 Trading Room, and welcome to a Wednesday, middle of the week hump day. We got 2 days behind us, 2 days in front of us, and we're smack dab in the middle. Boy, what a launch that we're going to have this morning. Question becomes, can we hold on today? Will it be one of those days where we're going to see a huge move and then a huge pullback, or are we going to see this to propel us to that next level? Futures on high this morning. We'll talk about that and more. Good morning to everybody here in the room. Good morning to everybody on YouTube this morning. Thank you for joining us and making us the greatest trading room on the planet. Why is it so great? Well, we've got a lot of content here in the room. We've got a lot of trading going on and a lot of profitable trading, and that's what we search for each and every day, to be profitable traders, and that's the key to success, is the profitability of the individual traders. Now, as we roll forward today, a couple announcements on the horizon. We hope to have great news by next Monday here as we transition the room into a brand new platform, and we're working hard on that and have been here for the last several months. Now, as we get into the day today, let's talk about these futures and get you dialed in for the day today. Great to have everybody on board today. Start off with Asia in the overnight session here. We've got the Asian markets where we saw the Nikkei rise or fall 30 points. Hong Kong Hang Seng up 66, and the Shanghai and China down 14. Europe right now green across the board. German DAX up 314 points, 1.55%. FTSE in the UK up 79, and the CAC 40 in Paris up 74, up 1%. You can combine that with Asia. You've got 4 markets up, 2 markets down, putting pressure to the upside here in the US of A. And you've got that, but you've got another reason for that. Dow futures, get this, up 646 this morning, up 1.5%. S&P futures up 81 3/4, 1.39%, and the NASDAQ up 340 points this morning. Going to be a banner day for the NASDAQ, up 1.63%. Oil's back in service today, up 90 cents, 78.40 per barrel. We're cracking that 78 mark as we've seen our oil really hammered here and moving in the right direction if you're long the commodity. Gold up $28.50, up 1.06%. Back over 2,700, 27.1120 per troy ounce. Silver's up 2%, 2.24%, up over $31, 31.03. Copper's up, platinum's up, palladium is up. What's happening out there? Well, this is the U.S. inflation data comes out. Core inflation this morning, as they reported it, slows to 3.2% in December, less than expected. Great news if you're in the marketplace right now. And that's good news for the market, and that's why we're on highs here going forward. So another great move here in the market. Dow futures surging this morning after this report. And also, you can't be remiss without talking about it, really strong bank earnings. JP Morgan Chase, Wells Fargo, Citi, everybody on the bandwagon this morning, along with some of the chip stocks, RGTI, IonQ this morning. MSTR, and then QBTS. Everything is on fire this morning, running higher as we speak. Okay, quantum computing stocks running higher. Again, it's going to be a great day here at the open to move forward and to move higher here this morning. Let's say good morning to everybody here. Victor, good morning. Mark, good morning to you. Kev, what do you say? Mark, good morning. Nitsin, good morning. Which stock, Nitsin? Which stock? Steve, good morning. David, good morning. Victor, good morning. DBG, what do you say? Jim, good morning to you. Good morning. Jay, great to have you here this morning. Okay, let's talk some stocks here this morning. Aggie's got her picks in. DBG's got the CPI data here. 9 a.m. we got, this is, Barkin is speaking at 9, and at 10 more Fed speak. 10:30's got the oil inventories, and we got Fed speakers all day long. Hopefully this will carry this market running higher. Amir Barak has joined us this morning. He's got his stock picks there, a lot of them the same as myself. But let's get into it this morning. First stock right out of the gate is this PLTR. And again, if we get a pullback here, this will be a great stock to take long this morning. PLTR this morning, long over 69. Okay, first trade of the day. That's at the high end, and that's the breakout stock this morning. JPM, this is my trade of the day here, I think. JPM 250. JPM long at 250. Okay, love that stock this morning. And then the RGTI that you see up here in IONQ, RGTI looking a little bit better here, right over that 10 mark here. I'm going to post it at 10, and then we'll see if it takes off this morning, and we may not be able to get it at 10 again, but if it dips below 10, then running through 10 is really the way to go on RGTI. And then last but not least, the NVDA trade. I'll bring this one over here. I'll skinny the chart up a little bit for everybody. There we go. And try to fit it in right here in between these two. Let me see here. There we go. Perfect. Okay. That's what a lot of the monitors will do for you. Now, 134 NVDA long. And that's my last one. Okay. So NVDA long 134. I'm long and strong to market this morning. Want to trade in the direction of the market. Also, watching Tesla. Tesla looks very good on the breakout. Let me show you this stock real quick. There's the Tesla trade. I would say to you, over the pre-market high looks great. I would take it somewhere around 411. I'll post it at 411, and we'll see what happens there. TSLA long 411. The majority of the time, the stocks that I post pre-market, I do take, but I do re-announce those here as we get into the day today. Okay, I am set to go. We are set to launch here in 2 minutes. We'll get DVG in here, give his market thoughts, and we should be on our way to prosperity today. Looking forward to trading with everybody. Looking forward to having a great day today. And if you have anything to post, please do so here in the room. We would greatly appreciate that. All right.
Scott, can you hear me okay?
I hear you perfect. Good morning to you, DVG.
Right on. Well, good morning, 44 Trade Nation. CPI data is out. Obviously, we saw what markets did yesterday around the PPI data. Moved initially higher, then pulled back a bit, I think in anticipation of what the CPI data will hold. Ultimately, better to inline is kind of what I'm seeing across the board. So, year over year for December, 2.9 versus 2.9. Estimate was 2.7 prior. We've got month over month, which is 0.2 versus 0.3 estimate. So a little bit lighter there. And then, of course, year over year, we've got 3.2 versus 3.3, so a little bit lighter there. So we're seeing a reaction here in markets. Worth noting, SPY channels. Bottom end, 588.79 is what I have marked up, and 592.49 on the top side. For the Qs, want to see if we could get over the 514.92 level. We've been having trouble with that. And we know where kind of the bottom end of this channel is going to be, right, frankly, where we saw the pop. So right around this 507, 506.90 area. So look, ultimately, I think markets definitely favoring the upside. I'm going to trade cautiously to see if we do get any pullbacks. Watching names like Microsoft, noticing a little bit of kind of liquidity happening in some of those shares. So I'm not going to be eager to jump in short anything today, but I will be mindful of any pullback to likely get long, or if we break certain levels, aka Microsoft 417, kind kind of level I'm watching. Do we bounce there or do we break that? If we break that, I will be shorting names like Microsoft today. Markets
here's the
will
open
be
traders.
open. We are now open. Good luck. Trade safe.
Watching PLTR at the open here.
Hey, Scott,
Goldman
DVG,
Sachs.
traders, morning.
Hey, Amir, good morning to you. Welcome.
Thank you.
Okay, we're in Goldman Sachs here at 598. Small share size, see if we get continuation there. Let's see if we've reached that 600 print on Goldman Sachs. Amazing earnings. Watching the Qs here as we open.
PLTR, nice pullback here. I'm going to take it long at 68. PLTR long 68. Okay, let's watch it here. I'm long the stock PLTR. Stop loss will be 67. Target's going to be 69. PLTR. Easy pickings here also. JPM. This is going to be my home run trade here, I predict. I'm going to go 245. I'm going to add at 247.50. 245 small share size that I'm going to add to it right here. Okay, watch PLTR. Target 69 on PLTR.
Watching MSTR here. Could be a 50-50 trade. 360 top side breakout, and then break underneath maybe 357 to the downside. Everything looks like we're moving higher though. There's 360 print. Let's see if we get a push on MSTR. I'll keep an eye on it for both directions. I'm going to add to Goldman Sachs.
JPM 247.50. That's yesterday's close. That's where I'll be adding.
Oh, come on, Goldman Sachs. What are you doing? Oh, we get a breach over 600 on Goldman. I'm going to short MSTR under 357, and I'll go long over 360. See what happens first. MSTR 7.
Q's starting to run higher.
Yeah, I might get a better entry here. I'm going to short
Go
it at
PLTR.
359 if it comes back down. Very tight stop on this if I end up getting
Full share size JPM. Target 250. Target 250 JPM. Like I said, going to be a home run trade here. Home run trade here. Huge trade. Come on. 250 or bust. Let's go.
They were in MSTR. I'll add on to 359. Or sorry, 357. Waiting for the ad here. Watching Microsoft now. Microsoft under 421, maybe start. I don't know. I don't know if I trust this initial move with all the Fed heads speaking. I mean, any one of them can literally say something and turn markets around. So be careful.
And there's many of them speaking today, so you never know.
Exactly. Okay, there goes Goldman Sachs. Now I'm going to let it go over 600. I want to see 603 for my first partial, guys. Goldman Sachs blew their number out. Absolutely destroyed it.
Jennifer, good morning. Allie, good morning. Seth.
All right, guys, I'm going to start a short under 421 Microsoft. I'm going to add to MSTR here in a moment. All right, adding to MSTR. Let's go. And we'll try Microsoft maybe under 421. Let's see if we get there. 421. There's MSTR, nice break.
LTR pulling back.
So if I get 350 or more, I want to get better, like 340s would be awesome on MSTR. Nice breakdown, I like it. No partial yet.
Still long PLTR, still long JP Morgan. Full share size JP Morgan.
Time to buy Tesla, half position, 408, 481, 20, doesn't matter. High of today is exactly the resistance from yesterday, so above 412, I won't add much more. It's going to be a $1 stop.
Big move on Goldman Sachs. I'll take a partial here in just a moment. Target was 603. We're pretty darn close. I'm going to take some off here. Oh, that's a terrible fill. Come on.
Watching Rigetti.
All right, let's get Microsoft going here.
Back.
Tesla big old pullback.
It goes. We're in Microsoft short under 421. Didn't have time to post that. Let me post it now. Microsoft 421. MSCR, nice breakdown. I'm going to wait till 350 before I take a partial.
Watch the Qs now because the Qs just broke down. The NASDAQ did underneath the VWAP. So no support there. PLTR is right where we bought it. Yep.
Here comes
NVIDIA
MSFT, guys. Under 420. Let's load it.
Finally get half position. Then 30. And stop is under the 10.
Hope I don't kick myself here on MSTR for not taking a partial here down at 353. Now moving again. Same with Microsoft. Don't you do it.
Okay, reversal on the Qs. Let's see if we take the high of the day out now on the NASDAQ.
Yeah. Stop loss on MSTR will be 360, just over the highs. 360.50. Getting close. That's why rule number one is pay yourself first, and I didn't get a chance to there on MSTR, unfortunately. So it went from a winning trade to a losing trade.
Yeah.
Rigetti. 1085 I'm adding.
Strong move to the upside there.
Okay, Tesla. Above 412, full position. That's exactly what I wanted to see. The dip for the support from the pre-market, above 412, full amount. Yeah, good. Rigetti,
Okay.
full amount
Got
also.
Microsoft here. Maybe it's time to go long everything.
No, I didn't say shorting, Rick. I'm not shorting Rigetti. 1030 and add above 1050, 85. No short. Okay, Tesla. Almost 5 points from the first entry, but we have edge.
Out Microsoft.
Comes PLTR. Again, remember traders, I am long PLTR, long JPM. Those are the only two right now.
Watch the
I
Qs here.
missed NVDA. NVDA is going to run to that 134.
Watching also SoFi, also one of the candidates. Not a good risk reward right now, so I'm just gonna watch it.
Come on.
Watching the Qs here. Still in the MSTR trade. That stopped out of Microsoft.
Okay, we get above 11. 1130 is the high. Let's see if we can get there. Get some problem there.
Go long the
Take a
Qs here.
partial.
Target will be a breakout over 514.92. And if we fail here, I may look to names like Meta. Right now, market's looking really strong though.
Yep.
Okay, Rigetti. Really good. Good Rigetti. Not doing nothing. I just want to break it to 30. Good volume. Boom. Bye bye. Looking really good. We'll see if we can get toward the 12. Take a big partial there.
Watch the Qs at the top now for the top side breakout. Looking great.
Okay, Rigetti.
He's looking awesome. Looking for a 1492 breakout, guys. Or it'll be 515.60 on the Qs.
Tesla didn't do nothing. I want to see if we can break. If we're not breaking the previous high, 413.75, we're going to take a partial. With a big partial, I'm waiting with it. Another candidate that I had is Hood, but Hood just broke, got a new high. I'm just waiting for retracement. It's too expensive right now.
Watching Tesla here. It's 411. We've seen that 414 level getting pushed back today. So maybe an opportunity to buy or short here. Glad we got stopped out of Microsoft. This thing's on a tear now. I still might add the MSTR under 357. I just don't really trust the so yesterday.
Q's taking a little rest at the top here.
Guys, watch Tesla. This
Rick,
411.
I don't
print.
have time to just listen. Just listen. I don't have a color paint right now. I assume most of the things that I'm gonna do is gonna be long, at least for right now.
Right with the market, right?
Yeah.
Okay, looking to see if we get that breakout here now in the Qs.
Getting close.
Very, very close.
Come on, JP Morgan. 250 or bust, JP Morgan. Come on, Q's. Here we go. Come on. Need a little bit more volume here on the Qs.
Tesla, still in Rigetti.
Here we got Goldman Sachs long today and the Qs. Look at Microsoft go. Wow. I thought there was some hesitation at the 421 print. And then I think people just said, oh, quantum ready? Quantum readiness,
Yeah.
Microsoft? Boom, here's some news. Buy it. Very nice. All right, big move here now on the
Good
Qs.
Tesla.
I'm going to load it up with some options as well over 514.92. Come on, Goldman. Talking good stuff right now on the conference call. Yeah, my original target was 603, and I went to just get a market fill on a partial, and I got a really kind of a terrible fill. But okay, still a winning trade there. Losing trade on Microsoft this morning, which I'm not worried about. I wanted to see, if we actually broke down under 421. We didn't. Turn to burn. Luckily, we got out just over the high of the session, so right over 422, 422.07. Is that? Okay, watching this 514.92 level here on the Qs. Keeping an eye on Tesla now. Do we break out over 414 rather? Maybe.
Hey Tesla, if we're not breaking the high, I'm gonna take the first partial. We're almost like six points, something like this. I'm gonna give it
Nice
a try. Yeah, it's breaking. Really good. Yeah.
Yeah, I was thinking of doing the same thing, Mark, on Microsoft,
See
but
414.
use instead.
Okay, under 414 partial. Under 414.
Total breakout on the Qs now. PLTR looking great. I'm going to take my partial here a little over 68.50.
Partial
Just
Tesla.
taking 50 cents on PLTR. Wait for it. Here we go. PLTR.
409. 409 stop in the Tesla.
I'm going to load up on MSTR here. If I'm wrong and it snaps higher, which is the concern, so I've took on some call options here on the Qs along with the shares. So I'm waiting for a breakout over 515.60 on the Qs. If MSTR continues to stay muted here under 355, I'm going to load it. And I'm looking for, at that point, I'll be looking for a 340 print. So 349, 348, something, doesn't matter. Okay, I'm still watching Tesla. It's 414 to 416 level. Very important. Like, does it get over 416 and rip, or does it reject and head south? Trend is your friend, all I can say.
Today is a good friend. Really good
Yeah.
friend.
Kashkari is going to speak here at 10 o'clock. So in just 9 minutes.
Okay, traders, right at the top here, I have taken the partial on PLTR. Only 45 cents on the PLTR trade, so just one winning trade here. But the JPM trade here is going to kick tail for us. Watch it over 250. Remember, the JPM trade I am in at 245 and then a 247.50 add to full share size. 250 is going to make my week so far.
Very nice.
So let's go. Let's go.
So on the shares, I'm going to take a partial here on my Qs. And I'm going to leave the options to run, see if we do get that breakout. Take a partial. We still have some shares, but not a bad entry just over the VWAP. 513.06. Entry there. Basically, right around the time I got stopped out of Microsoft, I took Qs. I literally have half size at 355 on MSTR, the downside. Risky since Bitcoin looks like it's trying to break out, but I don't know what MSTR is. Interesting fun fact, Italy's biggest bank bought their first investment or spot on Bitcoin yesterday. It's only $1 million, but still. It'd be more interesting news for Bitcoin in the future when big banks like that are getting involved.
Getting a little stall here on JPM. Qs on a pullback.
Yeah. We can relax now.
Yeah.
Yeah. Rick, I'm reading what you write. 90-something%, I'm giving the trigger, I'm giving the stop. I told at the beginning, everything was probably very high. I thought I'm waiting for a pullback, and they said you got the numbers, and I, just say the stop for the half price and then for the ad. So this was a little bit typical, different, but usually I'm disciplined in that.
Okay, risky business here on MSTR. We're coming up on potentially 3/4 share size. It's an expensive trade for me if we get in at that 355 level. Got close. We haven't filled it just yet, but got very, very close. NVIDIA looking like it wants to break down now. So I may short it. We'll see. I know a lot of people want to buy that, but some of this looks like it could be short covering. So I don't know what's going on there. I'll be patient, but the fact is, we popped up higher, all algos, and then as soon as we opened, we sold off. So I'll watch the price action here at the VWAP. Could be an opportunity to get long on NVIDIA. If we reject there, could be an opportunity to go short NVIDIA. I just don't really trust some of this price action in the big tech names, especially names like Tesla, etc. We have the Qs to kind of offset some of that. In the event we do break out, then great, I could look at some of these names, but I don't know. Tesla rejecting that 415 level. It's a very important level. If we get above that, I may go long and just let it rip. But all right, 3 minutes before we have Kashkari speak, which we know sometimes any of these Fed, it takes one word, these Fed heads, to say anything, and markets can make a big, big move.
Finally, traders, here comes JPM. This is going to make my day. Watch it over 250 now, 250, JPM.
Nice trade, Scott. Nice trade.
Yep.
Yeah, I got my Goldman Sachs trade now up at 605, so I'm happy about that. We'll just let that run. We get stopped at MSTR, that's okay. We didn't get the big fill down 355, thank goodness, but yeah, Kev, exactly. So Bitcoin being around 100 grand, I think that therein kind of lies a problem for me mentally. Again, not that it can't break out over 100, but every time it's gotten around 100 grand, it seems to kind of fizzle as of late. And granted, if it gets above that and starts to rip, MSTR will probably do that, and I'll get stopped out, which is fine. I'll take a little bit of a haircut today on that, but I don't know. Like if you're going to buy something, why not buy the underlying asset? And the people that are buying this can afford to buy Bitcoin. So I think right now MSTR kind of more of a speculative play. You know, they've got news coming up next week on the 21st to free up $10 billion worth of shares, so more investors can get involved, so they could buy more Bitcoin. But like, you're basically pooling money to buy Bitcoin and putting it in a stock at this point, even though MSTR is a tech company. So. All right, guys, watching Tesla here.
Tesla. Today Tesla is not Tesla. Today, beautiful.
Okay, traders, I have taken off the JPM trade at 250.20 here, 3/4 of a full share size trade, and that right there is a 5-point trade, traders, on JP Morgan. 245 entry, 247.50 add, 250.20 move, and that's the way to do it. 2 for 2 this morning, 2 winners, PLTR, JPM. Should have taken NVDA, did not. MSTR now on the breakout. Tesla on the breakout as well.
Yeah, I won't hold on to MSTR much longer. Yeah, I don't really mind a 2 or 3 point downside move when you're talking MSTR, but I won't tolerate much more. Goldman Sachs, baby, 606. I still have some shares here running. Well, it took half off on that was like my big, I'd say, long trade today. MSTR though, I think it's going to take me out. 363. I'll put that hard stop. I think it's going to get me right now. Ta-da! We're out. MSTR. Watching Tesla again. I like the fact that it got above that 416. Let's see if we hold that. Maybe we pull back to 416 and then find some strength. Meanwhile, my Q call options are crushing it right now.
Still have a quarter in Tesla.
Sure, Jim probably took Tesla long, I would say. Be my guess. All right, I'm going to take a partial on my shares on the Qs here. We wanted that push over 515.60. We got it. And I'll let the call options continue to grow here. Goldman Sachs, though, guys, we are up big. Initial entry 598. A little bit higher than I want it to be, but guys, we're up at 606 now. Nice 8 points. In fact, I'm going to take a little more off Goldman Sachs here. We'll let the rest grow. Just because Kashkari's making comments now. I'm going to take some off my call options here on the Qs in just a moment. Okay, taking some off the Qs here.
Looking for my third trade now again. NVDA, any type of pullback here. JP Morgan, although very good for the day, not a continuation move here, which bothers me.
I'm going to nibble on a Tesla short here. It looks like it's going to break out. I just don't trust the price action up there, guys, at this level. I just really don't. Under 416, I'm going to go half share size Tesla. I'm to Papa. This could be a huge trade. I think 411 needs to be retested. As Amir calls it, stress left. Speaking of, wasn't it Mayor's birthday today or yesterday? I think it was yesterday, wasn't it?
Yesterday, I believe. Yep. He's. I think he picked up his new. He was telling me he picked up his new. I call it a ship. His new boat, sailing boat yesterday. So I'm sure he was on high, being his birthday and picking up his boat and stuff. So.
Right on.
We will have him back in the room here as a guest in sometime this year. So nice to see him back trading.
I'm half share size short Tesla. Sorry, Scott.
No problem.
You're shorting my Tesla?
Yeah, yeah. Like if it pushes much higher
Good luck, I did the money there. Yeah, it's fine.
Well, no, I started
okay,
it.
Really? Both of us can make money. Yeah?
417.20, and then I added.
Okay.
Just because I know this is like this 416 level So 416 to 414 was a contentious level. If it gets over 418, I'm out. I'm not playing games on that one. But if we continue to reject that level, I think it's got a shot back down to 410 at least. The worst case, I've got my call options and the Qs to offset if I take a loss here on Tesla and Goldman Sachs. But you got in early, didn't you, on Tesla 408? Amir?
Yeah, we got I think 407, and then we had 412. Took
Oh,
a
nice.
partial 414. 3/4. Still have a quarter.
Nice. Beautiful trade.
I thought it's gonna do a pullback to the. Did you see Apple today? So strong. Didn't even get to the VWAP. Support to the 9 and boom. Buyers, buyers, buyers. Very strong. But you can see it also in Tesla. Look at this. The 9 is so above the VWAP. It serves as a good support. Like, guys, if I still have a quarter if in Rigetti above 11.5. Gonna add more. For the add, my stop gonna be like 25 cents, not more than that. Final stop gonna be under 10.50.
How much of the 340 puts in MSTR? 390? I don't really trust MSTR. So I'm tempted now to maybe hit it for options. They're like $4 right now, down at 340. I don't know. It's tagging the VWAP now, but guys,
Yeah, just a quarter of the trade left on JPM.
Goldman Sachs, guys, Goldman Sachs ripping.
I'll give you a short DVG. Take a look at IONQ right at the high.
I won't tag that while it's breaking out.
Scott, after he's going to push the button, he has to close his eyes.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, right.
No, look, MSTR,
close his
guys,
eyes. Yeah,
I
that's
just loaded up 10 contracts to the downside on MSTR. I'm more than happy to add another 20 contracts if I need to. I just really don't. I think this MSTR trade, like if you look at yesterday's push to 355 and then immediately dumped down to 340, 339, like there's a lot of sellers in that name looking to get out. And I could be wrong, but I don't know. I'll take a chance.
Okay, Rigetti.
Target on Tesla, I'm going to make now 408. Let's make 9 points on it.
Get it doing a nice move.
Call options on the Qs ripping now. There's a breakout. I'll take some shares off and let the call options do the rest of the heavy lifting. Anything over 418 on Tesla, I'll dump it. And it looks like I might get stopped out. That's okay.
Okay, we have 30 cents on the ad in Rigetti. High of the day, 31,450. IONQ.
Here we go. Taking some off of the call options from Qs. Okay, I'm gonna add the Tesla under 41550. MSTR, I'm gonna triple my size on these contracts. Let's go. They're $4, so it's fine. Don't run me over, Tesla, please. Please.
It's coming.
Yeah, I know.
Vroom, vroom.
Yeah, vroom, vroom. I can tell who the bulls are in the room here today. I mean, obviously, you know, good. We've got bullish positions, but not on all of these.
Did you see in the pre-market after the CPI from 401, like maybe 12 points? How much Tesla did on the pre-market immediately and the CPI?
Yeah.
It was amazing. Amazing.
Okay, traders, again, I am out another 200 shares here. JP Morgan, JPM.
Last partial on GS for me. 607 print. Guys, that's 9 points. Goldman Sachs. I'm not disappointed. That was my big trade today, realistically, on Goldman Sachs. We didn't get that half size entry, or add, I should say, on MSTR. The initial downside move. And then Microsoft tagged us for a point. No big deal. Tesla might get me for, you know, just under a point, which is fine. But if we continue this rejection, I'm taking your money, Amir. But right now it looks like you're taking my money.
I don't have problem. I had a lot in Tesla, so I don't like to spend it, but still I'm okay. I'm okay. Scott, you know, I'm listening to your JPM, and you know, sometimes when I trade with students, you know, sometimes when before market or before the trade, you need to imagine the trade. You know, you learn the stocks, you know the levels, and
Yeah.
you were talking about the 250, and you took it, you know, 245, and it's like these are the best trades. You know, like you planned it in advance, and you know the levels, and boom shakalak, really.
Yeah, and it just
These are the
takes the confidence to hang in there with it. But yeah,
Yeah.
absolutely.
Exactly. Yeah. JP.
Hard stop on Tesla, 41803.
I want to take another partial, maybe if it's going to get to 420, you know, DVG. 420, and I think there is 422, some resistance.
Yeah, I'm not too worried because, like I said, it's a little less than a point. If I take this loss, I grab pretty close to the top here on Tesla. So I don't mind if it, you know, if it stops me out, that's fine. But I know that this level has been an area of contention for a while, and I don't mind overshooting. Realistically, in a situation like this, it probably makes more sense to do what it's doing now, like go up there, reject it, and then maybe initiate a short for a scalp. But I don't know. I don't trust this. Plus, we have all the Fed heads. Obviously, we could easily turn and burn to the upside. CPI data, PPI data, all looks good. That said, like, I feel like a lot of this buy up could be FOMO from retail, and institutions are waiting to dump into liquidity. So, kind of sticking to that thesis for now. I'm going to half share size add still under 415 on Tesla. And I may add another 20 contracts on MSTR.
I'm watching this small cap cross, and I'm watching it both ways. And
What's the symbol?
Then KROS.
Oh, okay.
I'm more favorite to the long side. I'm watching the formation. I like this formation. I want to see if it's keeping the 1020, probably above 1040. I like this formation. It's not really my A plus, it's like an A. But, you know, a gap down, lots of institutional, holding very nice the VWAP. Since the bottom, it just went up, got to the 9 EMA, back to the VWAP. So I have like that. I want to see it if it's going to keep the 1020 area. But if it's going to break it, definitely it's not going to happen. And I don't want to short it. I don't want to take the first dip under 1020. You see the volumes much higher on the up than on the downside.
We're now up over 10 points.
I'm only in Rigetti and Tesla.
Goldman Sachs. Beautiful move now.
Okay, traders out all shares JP Morgan, and I'm finished with that trade. Okay, I am flat for the day now.
Getting ready to add to the contracts on MSTR and watching Tesla. I think Tesla's going to probably stop me out, which is fine. Monster trade Goldman, monster trade on the call options for the Qs as well as the shares. I mean, we got in pretty early on the Qs. There it is. We just got stopped out on Tesla. No big deal. Small loss there. Now watch, it's going to reject. Take my shares and then let's see. Let's look around. Nvidia, very nice today.
Super sweet on NVIDIA.
Yep. Undercut under that 132.10 level we've been watching the last, whatever, week or so. And then just ripped.
I like it over that 134.50 actually.
You looking for a breakout on it, sounds like?
Yeah, I'm going to nibble on here. NVDA 134.50 long.
I may join you. Call options on the Qs are crushing it. 64%. Thank you. MSTR, let's see if we get a
Guys, crossing.
tank here. Looking for
Okay.
353 would be a good partial.
I want to see the first initial move up pretty fast. If not, I'm going to reduce very fast. I want to see. Okay. We're almost towards the 20, but I'm not taking this trade for 20 cents. High of the day, 1070.
Right, yeah.
Volume right now, $250,000. I like it. Okay, 40 cents. Sorry, 20 cents, 25 cents. 1070 is the key area. I'm preparing. I want to see. Maybe we can break very fast and I want to take a big fat partial. 1070. 1070 is the high.
Trimming up my call options on the Qs. The event we roll over. 515.60, kind of the top end of that channel that, 514.92 was a previous all-time high on the Qs. So we just kind of overshot that level. We're holding that level. Maybe we retest that and then rip higher. So.
Okay, guys, we are on the 70. I want to see the bid going above the 70. It's like 30 cents, but it was only 20 cent stop. Good volume. Want to see if we can get to 11. Let's see. First, I'm watching the bid. The ask is above the 70 already.
Okay, all out Goldman Sachs at 606.
Waiting patiently. Okay. Spread is getting slow. Okay. A little bit high. I want to see that bid. If the bid gonna go above 1070, the trade will be pretty good. Okay, we're on the 70. I'm just watching the time in level 2. Here it is, above 70. Good. Adjust a little bit. Guys, Rigetti. Prepare for the partial toward 1150.
Yeah, nice. It could break out here.
Yeah. If not, definitely it's 50 cents for the ad. Almost more than 1 to 2. Looking good. Not spready. I'm watching cross. Want to see the big bar.
Adding more contracts to MSTR, guys. Really want to see that one tank.
Okay, we're getting to the high in Rigetti. Okay, 1080 I see on cross at 40 cents. Rigetti, taking a partial here, 50.
Yeah, just looking for that that third trade now, and NVDA is going to be it here. 134.50 is going to be my entry here. 134.50.
All right, let's see what happens with these options on MSTR. Got quite a few. For a downside move. Counter trend. Look at Tesla now. Boom.
Ochi mama.
Boom
Yeah.
shakalaka.
Yeah.
What a boom. I feel like I'm in a party and I don't like to dance, you see?
Well, I was watching Tesla like, hey, do I go long 409, 410? And then I'm like, I don't know if it's going to start rejecting these levels. And every level, it just kind of inched and then tapped out. But now.
Hey guys, cross. 1090. Toward 11, the partial, 3/4. That's exactly what I was waiting. That's boom bars.
Trimming up my call options on the Qs. Arkin talking now. Encouraged by unemployment rate in December, job market stabilized. Not much to support that the economy is getting weaker. So that's demand is solid, but it's not booming. Nothing in rates that would influence Fed policy. Okay. On paper, that sounds like it's a good thing. I
Okay, I'm
just don't
still
trust it.
waiting.
Sorry.
Didn't take a partial yet. Cross. I don't want to see it breaking under 80. If it's gonna break, I'm gonna push, but I like to see it get into the round 11.
Okay, I'm going to pull all my shares off Qs, and then we just have the call options that I've trimmed up now at this point. Still like the short in Tesla, believe it or not.
Okay, I'm taking a partial 1080.
I'm still trying to long NVDA
Okay.
here.
It's double the risk. There's a difference between, you know, you have a 20-cent stop, you take a huge amount. When you take, for example, JP or Tesla, you know, it's different. But you have to size it correctly.
Fed Bargett says he could see paths where inflation is sticky or continues to progress towards the 2% target. Huh.
Cross.
All out of Goldman Sachs, guys. Me. Thanks to Goldman Sachs, we printed a green day as well as the Qs, both call options and shares. Small bump on Microsoft and Tesla. MSTR got me pretty quick too, but smaller share size. Now we have contracts which could be really expensive soon.
Stop right now under few cents under the entry in cross. Took the partial 1080 and still have a quarter.
So channel areas I have marked on the SPY right now: 592.49 top side, 588.79 bottom side, and literally like we're right in that channel now. So we easily break out and move higher, but the fact that we just overshot it, now we're pulling back into this range. I'm wondering if we're stair stepping. So maybe we go sideways for a bit before breaking out. We'll see. Overall, the market's definitely eager to move higher.
Rigetti, guys. New high. UPKA. UPKA. I think from the list that I have from the pre-market, the only one I don't trade is SoFi because there was nothing there. It was a good pre-market, but we mark Tesla, we mark Rigetti, and Cross. You know, if it's in our favorites. Scott, you start playing the guitar, Scott? What do I see there?
Yeah, I mean, I've tried to play the guitar for a while,
Really?
but just
Really? I didn't know
yeah,
about
that's a
you.
family member's
Really?
guitar, right?
It's a
I'm an
Stratocaster?
acoustic guy.
It's a
It is?
Stratocaster or not? Really?
Yes. Yeah.
Wow. Okay. Okay.
Don't let me fool you. I couldn't pick it up and play, but maybe 3 bars. But
Doesn't
I was
matter.
learning. My wife got. Yeah. It's cool to have, right? Doesn't it look cool?
Everything is cool. You know, when we're teenage, when you have a guitar,
Yeah.
you just bring the moves much faster, you know. You don't have to talk.
Yeah. No doubt.
You don't have
No
to
doubt.
talk.
Just to have its presence.
Yeah. You know, the guitars, all the famous guitar are split, you know, into the Strato and the Gibson. You know, each one has his own members.
I'm going to see it's ironic, right? Just as we're talking about this, I'm going to see tomorrow night, I'm going to see a guitarist by the name of Al Di Meola.
Give me a
Those of you that are
break.
fans.
He's amazing.
Yeah,
Really.
yeah, amazing.
I saw him in Israel maybe many years ago. Unbelievable. That guy
Yeah.
just I told you that 2 months ago I went to see David Gilmour. I flew to London.
Yeah.
Amazing. That guy 78. Wow. It was like a dream come true. Really. Phew.
Yeah, something else.
Amazing. Amazing. Wow, Al Di
Do you
Meola.
play, Amir?
When the kids were small, I used to play them a lot, and I used to play with my son. And I have all the guitars, but no, I don't know why. Still like to
You
hear.
just
I
don't make the
still
time
everything.
for it. Yeah.
No, I have the time. I don't know why. It's like it's behind me. I have two guitar, you know, acoustics and electric, but I don't know. I'm playing with bars right now, with green and red bars. I don't know.
Yeah.
It's filmy. I don't know. It's like a music. Sometimes the music, most of the time, it's good. Sometimes, you know, it's a bad music, but I love it. Yeah. There is a famous. It used to be a record, you know. Al Di Meola, Paco de Lucia, and what was this third guy? It's called Friday Night in San Francisco. It's a beautiful live show. Very recommend. Just go to YouTube and listen to that. It's Al Di Meola, Paco de Lucia, and who is the third one? I forgot. Mhm. Who's the one? I have to see who it is. Al Di Meola. John McLaughlin, sorry. John McLaughlin, Aldi Miola, and Paco de Lucia.
Yeah, Mark, I'm actually watching the same thing on Microsoft. You can get through there. 4:30 is a reality, you know, and they had big, you know, announcement news really for this Copilot, and then of course this talk about empowering and enabling quantum. So who knows? But I'm going to continue. I'm worried about a price rejection up here. I get it's risky. It's the same way that we buy levels at the bottom. I'm trying to short levels near the top. Tesla 416 is a big level. Obviously, we did an overshoot there. I may try it again here, but I may use options instead of that's put options, by the way, instead of shares. So we'll see. Maybe something, you know, a little bit further out of the money so they're a little cheaper, just because right now they're pretty expensive, even for week ending on Tesla.
I'm raising the stop Rigetti. 1070. Cross. Entry.
My average right now on MSTR for these put options are $3.92. Right now they're on the bid side printing 385. Ask is 405. So if you do in fact get this breakdown on MSTR, this could be a really awesome day for me. Yeah, Mark, exactly. But just big levels for Microsoft. You got 417 towards the downside, 422, 425, 427, and then 432. So there's kind of like a 1% move from that 427 to 431-ish, 432 for like big levels of Microsoft where it could stair step up that big. So if there is that much interest, I think those are kind of the levels to watch for sure.
DVG, I think if you want to short something, maybe try to start shorting Hood.
Hood?
Yeah. Look at no, really. It's got really a lot of. Look at the price action above the on the top. Well,
I don't normally trade that stock, but probably won't do it for me.
I don't also. It was on my list, but you know, it just fly all time high, and never pull back. But I think 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 5-minute bars, and I don't know. The bars there not looks.
I don't want to sound like I'm just bearish the markets. Obviously, with the CPI data, it's hard to be bearish when you see this huge lift and the continuation. That's why we were long names like Goldman Sachs with amazing earnings. We were long Qs, you know. But I was looking at key levels for, say, for example, like Microsoft. I knew if we got above a certain level that we're going to break out. And at that point, my entry, I missed the 418 drop at the open. But for me, it was like, hey, I'd rather try to short it and get out of the way than go long and be wrong and it tanks $4. You know what I mean? So
we miss Nvidia, you know. I didn't watch Nvidia today. It did amazing. It did a very not easy bar, you know, under the
very
view
tricky
of
move.
Immediately buyers came. Yeah, really. Like I saw the breakdown and then I was watching something else, but you know, the second bar after was exactly. Was watching.
Yeah, for me, it's really about
like
the beta names.
Oh yeah, I know that you like them. Yeah, the Microsoft, those guys. Yeah.
So like, do I think Tesla's overvalued right now? Yes. Do I think MicroStrategy is completely overhyped. Yes. So if these levels are protected and they get rejected, stand to make some money. That's the whole point of being a trader. But the opposite is also true. When you're wrong, you just get out of the way. Yeah, Nvidia looks like it's about to break out any second, right?
There is a good impression about what you said. It's okay to be wrong. It's not okay to stay wrong. Exactly.
Yeah.
You know, you have the stop for that.
I mean, risking 90 cents on Tesla, like I don't mind doing that. You know what I mean? Like right now, if I were to reshort,
Definitely.
now I know, my top end would be like 419. I'd be less willing to do that because I have a 3-point stop now. You know what I mean? So I did well kind of on entry. We got stopped out. That's okay. But like now, I really like the way it looks now. I think we might have a chance of rolling over at least to the VWAP right around 412. But I'm not risking it. I'm watching this 416 level and seeing what it does. And every time we're getting there, we're seeing buyers try to step in. So with the momentum today, realistically, maybe a chance to break out higher. You know?
Which one that stay behind? You know, it's AMD. AMD has some issue problem, huh? AMD.
I think even like SMCI, kind of same thing.
Yeah. SMCI lost it, you know. You can have like some crazy days, but it's not part of the gang like it used to be when it was like
Yeah.
1,000 something. You remember the times? Yeah, it
do.
lost. It lost it. Yeah, it lost it.
Well, I think it became also more like, I don't want to say, I'm not going to call it a BABA stock, but similar in the sense where like people want to let it get figured out. You know, like, is there a legal problem? Is their financials real? Like, we'll wait until it's all real and then we'll go back to it later. We're like with BABA, you know, they were supposed to, you know.
Yeah. I don't like to trade BABA, you know, I don't understand it. I prefer from that sector the PDD. Yeah, I
Yeah.
like PDD. Yeah,
That's your favorite.
PDD. Yeah, when it come to works, it come to works, you know. BABA
Yeah.
is just fooling around sometimes. I don't understand it. And I think next week we need to trade DGT, huh? Because of Trump, you know, probably things will
Maybe.
happen and definitely. You remember the beginning of this week, or yeah, it was a good trade in DGT. I don't know what was the reason, but who cares?
Scott, there was my moment right there. Could have queued up the impersonation.
Yeah. Well, we'll have a guest speaker next. We're gonna have a guest speaker on Tuesday to join us. So. Mm-hmm.
Taking
Well,
some
the
more.
only thing I can hope for is this NVDA to break out because I am long at the 50 mark, 134.50, right on the nose.
Now I'm watching 416 on Tesla, like a hawk. Interest rate cuts on hold. Interesting. Okay, we already kind of knew that. What else do you got? I'm going to keep an eye on the options chain here for Tesla. Looking at 405. A little expensive. Let's look at 400. So just under $3. $400 put options on Tesla. If we continue to reject this 416 area, like we're consolidating, so if we push higher, great. May use call options here. All right, let's pick a few up. Just here under $3. So 10, 30, see, assuming we break down into that 412 area, 415. Real target be around 410. Yeah, I may start trading options more often just because risk is relatively limited and reward. You know, if I'm trading them almost like equities, like frees up a lot of capital too. So we'll see.
So how much were those that you just bought?
They're just under $3.
And how many do you buy?
I bought like 10 of them. So it's, you know, $3,000 basically, instead of dropping, let's say, about 1,000 shares. I was messing with shares earlier, you know, let's say you bought 1,000 shares, you're 415 grand, right? Versus
Right.
dropping $3,000. And if I double that, 6,000. And what's interesting is, I get it. You maybe don't make as much as, say, for example, like if you bought 1,000 shares, you're going to see that movement, and you own those shares effectively if you short them or go long. But most options expire worthless. So all you're doing there is just legitimately seeking alpha directionally. And if I trade them the way I do stocks, typically I'll get that burst to direction that I want, and I'm happy to just get out of the way. You know, and if you're taking,
Do you ever get the stock? Do you ever get the stock put on you then? At the end.
you mean assigned it? No. I mean, because I'm usually out of them before assignment. You know, it can get tricky if you're doing like, say, for example, they have like dailies now on the indices, so like the Qs and SPY. So let's say, for example, if you're in, I don't know, one that expires tomorrow or today, depending on the time of day and depending on like holidays and stuff, it can get kind of tricky because sometimes they'll assign stuff middle of the day. I mean, usually you have till the end of the day, but so like here's an example. Like right now, the ask is at 325. I paid just under $3 on these, so I'm up, you know, a little over $300, and I risked 3,000. So I'm up 10% on my money. You know, now even more. So actually, I'm going to add a triple up here. The trouble, though, Scott, like as you're asking about it, like the trouble is like most of that is going to be premium, you know, because I'm super out of the money. I'm at $400 strike, so I'm $15 away from the strike. Now, granted, if it barrels down to like 409, yeah, I'm going to make some real loot on this thing. But MSTR, for example, like I'm at 392. The bid right now is at 365. So I'm losing money, and every second that goes by, because these are Friday expirations, like that's just going to go down further and further and further. Like the decay is going to kill me because there's so much premium baked into a stock like that, where it's, you know, a lot of people are using options on a name like MSTR because it moves pretty dramatically. But that's all the more reason, you know, I'd rather risk 3K versus 350K on a stock like that.
You're always out of those, right?
Yeah, I never hold to assignment on. Yeah, there might be.
You're day trading the option.
Pretty much, yeah. There might be in certain instances, like if I could afford the assignment and I don't mind it, you know, maybe like a Bloom Energy or like a CEG. But something like MSTR, yeah, no, I would never want to be assigned those. Because you could wake up tomorrow and be down 60 points. Yeah, zero DTE is super risky. That's why, like for me, even like weeklies are risky too, Mark. But like if I'm gonna do, say for example, like a day like today on Tesla, a lot of the super out of the money put options, like the IV is dropping. And again, it's not so much that you want to buy kind of losing options or losing shares for that matter. But I'd like to buy when the premium is at its lowest. If I think directionally we're going to move pretty quickly, like if I'm not planning on holding them till Friday, right? I'm just trading in and out of them. I'd rather pay when the premium is at a low, for sure. Because normally I'll do like spreads and things of that nature. But if I'm just looking directionally, like when I saw those put options on Tesla, realistically about 92 cents of that is premium. Give or take. I'm just, as I mentioned before, I'm trying to like two things. Trying to use options more this year and swing trades more this year. Kind of broaden my.
And would you swing the options trade?
Well, it depends. It depends. Like if it, let's say for example, and these put options say on Tesla, like if they were to go, like let's say move in favor, I don't know, 90% move, like I'd still trim up and treat it like a trade where, let's say I had 10, maybe trim up down to like maybe 3. And then if it makes sense and I still have time and we're in the money, then yeah, maybe. But I'm never going to, unless I'm doing a spread, I don't typically hold them long term. So like a lot of times what I'll do, like in my swing trades, I'll actually create a bull or bear, spread along with my swing trade that in the event it works, good, it's catalyst. If it, in the event it doesn't work, I actually have some protection. Look at NVIDIA now, 135, ripping.
I don't.
Yep.
I don't want to. I don't want to watch it. Yeah, we just missed it.
135.50 target traders. Again, this would be my third trade of the day. Hopefully, third profitable trade of the day.
Microsoft looking like it's about to break out big time. That's big bull flag consolidation right up there. Same thing, MSTR under 357. Let's see if we get a real move here.
Go, baby, go.
Goldman Sachs now bouncing right off the VWAP perfectly. That trade ended for me. We're taking partial all the way up, but it ended at 606. Knock that over. CEG. CEG. Big move. All the nuclear energy stuff, NNE, SMR, CCJ, EST maybe? Pretty well. Yeah,
Oh,
Seth,
come on.
exactly. That's another thing too. The trouble is like the zero DTE ones. Like you basically, if you're right, you get paid immediately. If you're wrong, get out. Right? Especially on like the Qs and SPY, they're relatively cheap. Options on MSCR are pretty expensive. A lot of premium built in there. Tesla, same thing. Surprisingly, Microsoft options are relatively cheap compared to like a lot of these big high flyer names. So that's also something I've been noting. You know, $425 stock. I'll give you an example. For week ending, they're $2.69. Whereas like the Teslas, right, a $3.95 put option, which is 20 points away, is $2. So
It's
anyway.
a long way to go.
Yeah, exactly. But that's what I'm saying. Like you're paying majority of, like if you were to get 395s, like majority of that is going to be premium, like a big portion of that, right? But if you look at, like I said, Microsoft, right at the money right now, 425. A put option is 274. Call options 310. So there's your spread right there. You got 50 cents, 50-cent premium on top of call versus put in that scenario. All right, I'm going to add to the Tesla put options here. We're going to load them up. Same thing with MSTR. If I see a 356 print, which is right now, I'm going to wait for like a little bit more. We're going to go ahead and add a few more. There we go. Now, if MSTR turns to the upside, this could hurt. But for now, looking good.
Pull back on NVDA. Remember, I'm in this stock on NVDA 134.50.
All right, Tesla coming into target range. I'd love to see a 410 print, but we'll see. I'm watching the Qs 514.92. That was a previous all-time high at one point. So, like, what do we do in that print? I don't know, but we're rejecting it at the moment. Maybe we bounce here. So if we do, I will take a partial on these Tesla put options, which, you know, not too bad. Really hoping we kind of aim lower. You know, I was looking at a lot of the charts, and we were kind of due for a bounce, but like there hasn't been. Let me see. There's that. This 50% base right here. I suppose you could count the initial pullback down to 511.50. That's your 50% retrace, and then we ripped. So I suppose that's justified.
Okay, the NVDA, I think I'm going to come out of it up here and then call it a day here. So just give it a few minutes.
Williams speaking. Growth to moderate to 2% this year. Balance sheet should draw down smoothly.
Yeah.
Could be choppy. Government well positioned for economic outlook. Highly data dependent environment. Okay. Thanks, Williams. So basically back to the drawing board on we need rear view mirror reporting data. We're not going to give any forward-looking projections or guidance. Thanks, Williams.
There is another small cap that I'm putting my eyes on, NEO. N-E-O, not N-I-O. Just watching it right now. Still in cross the last quarter, under my entry. Got exactly to 1040, recognized the partial, and I'm out of Rigetti and out of Tesla. So basically, on in cross.
Tesla right here at the VWAP bouncing. You see a breakdown. Again, I'd love to see a 410 print before I take some off these put options, and I'll give you guys an idea of if we get filled on them, what they're going to pay. So.
Okay, traders, I'm coming out of the NVDA trade right here, 135.32, and I am going to call it a day. The 134.50 was my entry here. Nice little, 80-cent move here on NVDA. And that's it for me. 3 for 3 today. All green trades, all in the right direction. If you're long and strong this market, remember we talked about it in the pre-market this morning. Direction of the market, direction, direction, direction. And I took the longs and I kept taking the longs, and here we sit now with a green day. So Wednesday in the books. Thursday coming up tomorrow. We'll be into the weekend before you know it. We do have a market holiday. In fact, DVG, we've got to say it. Monday is a market holiday. That's the presidential swear-in here in the States. And so everybody, we will have the day off on Monday. Unusual, but something that's happening. So I will see everybody tomorrow on this Thursday coming up. Enjoy. God bless you. Godspeed. An awesome trading day here. 3 for 3 right here in the 44 trading room. Look forward to seeing everybody tomorrow. Everybody have a great evening and afternoon. God bless you all. Godspeed and take care. Thanks, Amir. Thanks, DVG, and thank you.
Bye, Scott.
Clifton. Yep. Thank you, Mark. Take care, bud.
Thanks, Scott. I wouldn't say I went 3 for 3 today, but I did take a couple haircuts, but we did get some great wins on names like Goldman Sachs and the Qs. Good news, even with losers, you can still have a green day. So, we cut our losses pretty quickly. And, can we still turn red? Yes, if MSTR starts ripping here, which it doesn't look great. But, managed to bank a green day today. Can't complain.
Definitely with losers you can get, sometimes I remember I had once a day, I think with 30% success, even 28. And I was like, I think maybe 3-4 risk units in profit. Yeah, you cut your losses, or, you have a plan in advance, it's not working, you reduce whatever, and, the winners, you let them grow. So, yeah, definitely. I don't believe in like you have to have every day like 505 or 100%, 90, 80, 70. No way. Sometimes you can dip, sometimes you can take portion of your risk and then add whatever, But, no, Nitsa, no. You know, it's a pretty common last name. No.
Here's some sellers. There we go. Let's see how real they are. Again, ready to take a partial on Tesla. Again, target's going to be about 410. If we get a break under 410, hallelujah, we'll let it keep going for a little longer. But this this break should test this VWAP and break it. Coming in with some volume to the downside there. Guys, keep an eye on Meta now. 415, or sorry, 614.53. And keep an eye on what it does at that level. Here comes the break on Tesla. Let's see if we get that 410 print. Maybe we get a little more. I'm going to wait for MSTR to test that low of day, 353.01. The 200 EMA is coming in at 355-ish. But I want to see an aggravated sell-off on MSTR. Here comes Tesla. Not too shabby. $1,300. Take that. We'll take a partial here on Tesla in a moment. Those put options. And really want to see a 410 print.
There's another small cap that I'm watching. I don't think the risk is huge here. We can buy it right now, Rick. Right now. QUBT. Now. Price probably around 10.11 and stop is like 9.95. So basically you have like a 10-15 cent stop. You can dip, you can take even half size. It's a good support area. Probably it's also, if you have a Q, it's in this Rigetti sector, whatever. And definitely above 1050 you can add even more. A really good risk reward. Question is if we get it, but the risk reward is exactly there. The stock is exactly there. And we have a stop, so yeah.
On the Qs, y'all. Tesla approaching target for first partial. And because these are options, I can give them a little more leeway to dance. That's kind of the nice thing too about options as well. Okay, taking some off here at Tesla in just a moment. Have them up for sale at 360. Let's see if we get them. I don't like that buy right now on MSTR. Hmm. Interesting. From the Fed Williams, economy has returned to balance. Inflation expectations are anchored. Sounds pretty bullish. And I just saw a big buy come in on MSCR at 359 that I don't like. So we'll see if that continues. It looks like it is moving. So hey, where's Mark at? Microsoft finally breached. You see that? There's breakout there.
Okay, guys, QUBT. Doesn't matter if you bought it 10, 11, 12, 15. With 20 cents stop, we are getting to the 50. I'm going to add above the 50. I'm going to add. Want to see the volume increase above the 1050, but the reversal looks pretty good. Okay, QUBT. Now it's only 1 cent spread. Good volume, good RVOL, everything is good. I want to take I want to wait a little bit.
Well, guys, I'm kind of giving up on MSTR tanking. I'm going to keep them their options, so I'll keep an eye on it. I'm going to make some tea. But also took some off of this Tesla trade right when we passed through that VWAP. So I didn't get the best fill on those put options. We still have a few left. So I'll let those kind of dance around and see what happens. I got a stop loss put in there. That's the worst case we give back. Looks like about $90. Ed Williams, inflation retreat has been broad-based. Demanding for housing remains very strong. Some disinflation is coming from outside the U.S. Seth, right on in. BA has kind of been that, I'm going to call it the ultimate headliner in the last year or so. Like they have a headline, it seems like every other day that just tanks the stock. Tries to recover and then tanks it again. Even surprising, a big move on LMT to the upside, and then now it's like retreating again. So seems like even RTX kind of similar. So for those of you guys wondering why the big short on MicroStrategy. So they raised $2.6 billion in convertible bonds at 0% rate to buy more Bitcoin. The stock has risen over 600% in a year, despite $18 billion spent on Bitcoin at a higher price. Trade what you see, not what you feel. So I'm seeing a little bit of consolidation here. We could totally break out, and if we do, guys, I'm dumping it. Get out of the way. That's a big, looks like a big bull flag forming. I'm hoping it's a trap, but right now I feel like I might be the one that's trapped. So good news is there are options. You get out of the way. It's all right. Move on. Yep, exactly. Exactly, Mark. So we're watching that 425 area, big consolidation, big bull flag form, right? Once you got all that real tight consolidation, it's like a pressure cooker. It finally broke out, and look at it go. So we know 427 would be the next target. If we start breaking out of 427, you're looking 430 to 431. There's still gas in that tank, that's for sure. Yep, exactly. Yep. Mark. Little 80 cent move there. Nice, huh? Yeah. Like I said, like look at RTX, kind of the same thing. LMT, kind of the same thing. I'd argue, I haven't even looked yet, but NOC probably. Yeah. So these defense names.
Why did they change the name, you know, the RTN to RTX?
I'm not sure. I think it's probably, I'm sure, something to do with sentiment. You know, like when people find out you're a defense contractor, like they get, maybe it's just easier to, who knows? I don't know. It's more ambiguous, maybe.
Yeah. Remember when I used to live in Tucson in Arizona, they have a big, you know, factory of Raytheon there. So many people work there in Raytheon. Okay, DVG, done for today. Only trade I'm in right now is QUBT. Game plan, stop under 10, above 1050. If it's gonna break, definitely add. Still watching the cross right now. Maybe I'm gonna do another trade above 1050, 20 cents. Hold very nice the 30. And That's for me. Thank you, DVG. Thank you
got it.
guys. Bye bye. Ciao.
I got about maybe 9 more minutes in me, but hey, Seth, congrats. Yeah, beautiful car, man. Beautiful. You gonna get a custom plate? Guys, I'm watching AMD right now too, 119 area. Meta getting stronger now too. Mag 7 leading the way. Thanks, doing well. Shopping around. Guys, Q's getting on some strength again. If you don't have it marked on your chart, mark that 514.92 on your Q's. Nice fours on the line. You'll see every time we've kind of tested that level, it looks like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 12 times, like the last 20 minutes. Proving that that's nice tight consolidation. So if you are in fact bullish, Q's looking great from that perspective. SPY, keep an eye on the 592.49 area to the upside move. We get above that, it should start to break out. I don't think we're going to test the bottom side of that channel, which is right at that 588.79 area. And if we do, that could signal an area to buy. So, kind of get out of the position, minimal loss there, and then re-enter. All right, guys. Well, I'm going to leave these put options on MSTR. I've got a stop on there. That could get close to turning me red. I won't let it turn me red today, but it's a big position via options. And then the Tesla trade, we made some money on that, so don't really mind, letting the rest kind of dance or whatever. But I wouldn't say I had as great of a trading day as Scott, probably, but we managed to eke out a pretty decent green day. Again, thanks to the long on the Qs, big trade on Goldman Sachs, and a few others, and we just really tightened up on potential losses. So even like names like Tesla or MSTR, even Microsoft, where we took those haircuts early on. I'm not here to fight the tape. There was a level, wanted to see rejection. The rejection didn't happen. We broke out. You just get out of the way. Could you imagine? I was in it, what was it, like around 421, I think? 421 on Microsoft. It's now printing at 426. That could have been a 5-point loss. Instead, we took a 1-point loss. So, again, today for me, as look, kind of shortcut wise, in the journal, trend is your friend, right? Undoubtedly wanted to see this pullback at the open. We got it. Pretty aggressive pullback. Literally immediately hit that 50% retrace and then took off. So for me, it's going to be noting like I should have known better, have that 50% level retrace marked before I even get going on the day to go long. That's lesson or rule number, shouldn't say rule, but lesson number 1 for the day. And then the second piece is I don't mind the fact that I took those losses. That's okay. Like I had those levels marked as potential rejection. The question would be, like say for example on Tesla, should I have had a bigger stop loss? You know, 90 cents, is that really enough on a $400 stock? I don't know. So that's going to be the question mark I ask myself today, but I know this thing can run. So I'm not mad about getting out early, but that could have been a decent trade with shares. Instead, now we're in there with options. Anyway, with that, I'll let you guys go. I will see you tomorrow at the open. Again, worth noting, Monday will be a holiday for markets, Martin Luther King holiday. And then, of course, on Monday, we will be swearing in a new president. So keep an eye on DJT as we get closer. I have a feeling we'll probably see some interesting price action in that stock in the coming days and probably into Monday. It was actually, Rick, it was 418.03. So I got in at 417.20. And I just put in 418.03. I was like, yeah. It should have been more like 420, realistically, looking back. But like this whole area, 415, 416, I have as like a red zone. Meaning like every time we've tried to get in this area, we've rejected it. But then like it became support. So as it pushes through, again, overshooting this area, okay, it happens, right? Like if your target's 416, maybe you have some people that hang on a little longer and then starts to stall out. Well, when I saw it stall out and come back through, I'm like, okay, maybe they're trying to validate it. Well, look what happened. We retraced down to the VWAP, bounced off the VWAP. Now we're back in this 416, 417 area. And if this becomes a solidified zone, then it's likely going to become a floor versus a ceiling. So, 426 looks bright for an upside move on Tesla if, markets continue to move higher. But like, I trade Tesla all the time. So like I keep an eye on a lot of these levels. And for me, it was like, okay, if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. If it gets above 418, fine. And got stopped out. So it stings when you're wrong. But the good news is, we lost what? $283 on that trade, but we made $3,900 on Goldman Sachs. Like I'll take that. It's all good, Rick. Yeah, I appreciate it. Yeah. No, but it is, there is a rhyme and a reason. Like if I miss a move higher, like I was watching it around like 410. But that big pullback down to 405, I'm like, ooh, that's pretty ugly. And then you saw the whole market do that. Now, if you literally mark the CPI move, here's a fun exercise. Take the CPI move, pre-market, from bottom to top, and mark a 50% retrace. Now, here's the best part. If you look at where those levels are, we literally dropped there immediately this morning and then ripped. So you get your 50% retrace, test that level, find a ton of buyers, and then it just took off. And I mean, like Microsoft did the same thing. Meta, let me see, I don't even think Meta did it. No, not quite. But Microsoft did it, Tesla did it, MSTR did it. Literally 50% retrace on the, from the bottom of the move to the top of the move when the CPI data came out. Just mark a 50% level between those two levels. And look more broadly, the Qs did it perfectly. Like just a subtle undercut. So the 50% move would be 511.82. It went to 511.46. Retested that level and just ripped. So like, again, looking back at my, as I go through my my journal, I know better. I mark those levels all the time. I just didn't this morning based on the CPI data. I mean, heck, you can use an anchored VWAP if you really wanted to. But fundamentally, like, knowing that retrace is likely going to happen when you have that big of a move, if there's going to be a pullback, that should have been the area I was watching for a purchase. And instead, it didn't, right? Instead, that was kind of the zone where I was looking for, as an example, Microsoft to reject, and we were already borderline breakout territory. So here's what it is. I'm not upset about it. I kept my losers pretty small today. The MSTR trade, that one kind of hurt a little bit, but only because we added to the position and it moved against a few points. So not too concerned, but I'm still overall a little concerned about some of the behavior. So keep an eye on their 200 EMA levels. Like right now, SPY's just getting under its 200 EMA on the 1 minute. Q's literally tagging it right now as we speak. So like what I've noticed is in the afternoon sessions, and there's actually data and charts, you can look it up. But there's a lot more activity happening at the close. So the last like 30 minutes of the market, you're seeing what institutions are doing, buying or selling. And in some cases, what I'm noticing is a lot of people are doing a lot of short covering. So you've got like anytime you see like big, bunch of green candles, not a big spike like we saw today, but like say for example yesterday, right towards the close, you see like big green start to kick in, right? Let's say on the Qs. So you see it break down to 501, and then you see short covers into the close, and then you kind of pick up some buyers along the way to lift it a little higher, but which makes sense because they're coming in as CPI data, right? Well, my only concern is retail seems to be trading in the morning. Institutions are usually stepping in, in the afternoons. So at what point are they going to dump into some of this liquidity if that happens? I mean, if I was doing that, I would. I mean, yields are still higher. Look at your 10-year bond, TNX. You guys are looking for the symbol. It's pulled back a bit today because of that CPI data. So again, that's good for markets. But I don't know. These Fed heads are talking, oh yeah, things look great. Things look wonderful. Except they're pulling out, I don't know if you guys, those of you in the US, was the last time you went to go buy eggs? $11. $11 for eggs. Come on. Anyways, I'll let you guys go. Enjoy the rest of your day. We'll see you at the open tomorrow. I'll be keeping an eye, like I said, on this Tesla put option, these MSTR put options. I don't mind this move to the downside here on the Qs. Again, managed to bank a green day today. Not too upset about it. But again, MSTR moves against, bummer. We'll give some back. But hopefully you guys trade safe. Be mindful of your stop losses. Keep your losses small. Make your winners grow. On that note, we'll see you tomorrow at the open. Cheers. God bless. Not sure if anybody's here still, but thought I'd jump on real quick. So Goolsby's going to speak in 9 minutes. I'll see what that looks like. Could be an opportunity here in the markets to move higher or lower. I'm watching the Qs retrace, looking at that 511.80 level, and then SPY possibly down to the lower end of the range, 588.79. 50% retrace would be 587.95 on the move this morning for CPI data. So I'm watching those levels for potential retest, and if news is good, maybe we go long. Obviously, we're still short a couple names, but it could be an opportunity to really short some stocks or buy that dip. So I'm going to keep an eye on it this morning or this afternoon as Goolsby speaks here in 8 minutes. Right on, Vikas. Seth hanging out. Cool. Yeah, I'm actually watching NVIDIA as well. I think this might be trouble for our friends at NVIDIA. Again, I've been kind of bearish that name for the last few days. So basically been shorting anytime we have these big pops up to the 135 area. And the only reason is there's uncertainty around two things specifically surrounding NVIDIA. Well, three technically, but one is tariffs. The other is now Joe Biden is not allowing NVIDIA to sell to a bunch of different countries, not just China, but a bunch of countries. So that's going to be a problem. Figure $6 billion of the revenue alone comes from China for NVIDIA. So there's $6 billion you can just lop off the top. Then you have Blackwell chips that are overheating, and the demand is shrinking from the likes of Google, etc. So that's what we know, not to mention any uncertainty around those tariffs, etc. So that's kind of concerning for NVIDIA. I love the stock. I love the company, like longer term, but that is a concern. I'm watching Meta right now. Big line in the sand for that stock is 614.50. It's literally there right now. So does that become a little area to bounce or an opportunity to short? Keeping an eye again on the Qs and the SPY as Goolsby speaks in 6 minutes. Wouldn't be surprised if we see a little bit of a pump beforehand, especially on a day where bulls are in, grabbing control. And looking more broadly, we're seeing crossovers on the McClellan indicators and things of that nature. So again, not surprised to see a bounce today. It just happens to coincide with CPI data. My concern is going to be, does this rally in fact last, or does it get sold into? Oh, that's big news for Tesla, actually. Big news for Tesla. I may dump this put option. Let's see how it behaves here. There's some news specifically from government approving the continuation of autopilot. So that could wreck the opportunity for these put options. I'll keep it on. I just got someone on a messenger. So yeah, I think mid to long term NVIDIA, good buy, but I'm waiting to see how far it possibly dips. And 132.10 has been a level that's been defended for like the last 4 days amidst all this news. So maybe that low is in and maybe it takes off from here, but I don't know. Like I own some in my portfolio. If I'm going to trade this, it's probably going to be, I'm going to probably add stuff to my portfolio first and then trade it afterwards. Because longer term, I do like NVIDIA. They're on my shopping list. Apple, on the other hand, I don't want to buy that until I see like 100. My initial entry on Apple is 118 bucks in my portfolio. So I'd like to see it around that price again. Probably never will, but that's okay. Seth, I would share my screen. I'm just, candidly, I'm going to hear what Goolsby has to say in 3 minutes, and then I might be done. We'll see. I mean, if market increases volatility, maybe I'll stick around, take a few more trades. And if I do, I'll share my screen. I'm never opposed to that. In fact, in our new platform, from what I understand is I get to share my screen. Scott gets to share his screen. We'll have like a main room, and then you can kind of pick which screen you want to see at any given time. That's pretty cool. Watch meta here, guys. The 614.50 level. Long or short. Either way. Oh, come on. Apple's fading, you're thinking, Mark? Yeah, I'm not allowing myself to short Apple anymore. If you remember, we were 1 for 9 on shorting Apple, and then ironically, of course, like most of these things, I'm early to the party. Because I was shorting it at 247. Hence why I'm trying to increase my swing trades and use options, because a lot of times, like, heck, the quantum move, the nuclear move, like the nuclear stocks, luckily for me, CCJ, I have a tiny position in CEG, like long-term for portfolio, but CCJ, SMR, and is it NNE, I think it is, Nanonuclear Energy? Yeah. Like I own all those in my portfolio, and I was like super early to that, like a couple years early. But not everything works out that way. Like I'll give you an example. I don't know if you heard of QuantumScape. So for the longest time, they were supposed to be like the battery for Tesla. And I'm down on that, even in my portfolio. So I'll probably end up dumping that at some point this year. So they don't always work out. I want to tell you guys just about the winners. There's plenty of losers. Guys, keep an eye on meta here. And I like this behavior right now. Look at this 614.50. So if we see some strength here, as Goolsby speaks, we'll go long. If we see some weakness, I'm going to short this thing. So let's see what happens. UPST is up pretty good today. It's IWM. Gross. All right, so here's a perfect example, guys. Pull up IWM, measure 50% retrace. Came back and retested that level, held it. We finally broke down. We'll probably go back through it. So if you're looking to go long or you think you're bullish small caps, not my favorite sector, to be honest, but this is kind of what a bearish play on a bullish move looks like. If you're looking at IWM. So you know what? I will share my screen. Stop that. Is this helpful, guys? I've had some comments that sometimes you guys do not like my rants, so totally fine. If you prefer just, hey, here's the trade. What are you guys' thoughts? We're all adults here. I can handle a little criticism. It's fine. All right, can you see my screen here? Cool, Vincent. Thanks. Yeah, it's kind of it's mixed. You know, I've heard some folks like, hey, we don't need to know the reason every time. So I can appreciate that. So IWM, most stocks this morning, big push, right? Big push. Obviously, Goldman had earnings in favor as well, right? But across the board, CPI data comes out and takes off. So no big surprise. That said, IWM does the same thing. You get a pretty decent move, almost 3%, right? But here's a 50% retrace, so I'll just mark that on the chart. Ish, right? So look what happens here. So I just did that. I didn't even have to see what's on the left. All I need to know is this move, right? So not to mention there's an anchor VWAP up there. I'll get to that in a minute. But so we see this big move. We see the pullback to the 50% retrace, and we're holding. Look at like almost to the cent. 223, 72, 76, 50% retrace. And I just roughly sketched this. Obviously, I could get really granular on it, but notice that it broke lower, right? So like that tells you of the sectors, small caps is not the answer. Why? Because this should have bounced here and continued. I'll give you an example. MSTR. Here's that pink line right here. That's your 50% retrace. If you think I'm just making it up, let me just get rid of this here. Come on. Snapping to things. Why is it not doing this? Hold on. Give me a sec, guys. So right there. So give or take. Right. So I have my pink line there. There's your 50% pullback. Literally first candle, or within the first 10 minutes of the day. Retest takes off. Retest takes off. There's a lot of stocks that did the same thing. This retest failed, moved lower. So if you're looking at a name, small caps, other than if you're Tom Lee fan, may not be the move. Okay, let me get rid of some of these icons. Just testing some different tools. All right, so I'm watching Meta here. And it looks like it wants to move a little bit higher. But what I'm contemplating is we see this, this. Well, let me draw very well. Retest, possibly this, or same outline, retrace to 50%, which puts us here. Why won't we do this the way I want it to? So 50% retrace on the initial move puts us right around the 603 level, which we know is a big level anyways. Pre-market, right? CPI data. Now, arguably, you could probably do this if you want like targets. There we go. 605 would be like the strength of a pullback that could possibly happen. And then the alternative is breakout to all-time highs around, call it 630. Look at news. They do report in 2 weeks as well. So again, I really am watching that 614.50. Here comes IWM testing that 50% retrace, trying to show some strength. So we're getting more broad market participation. Not surprising if you look at our heat map like we always do. What are we seeing? A lot more green than red today, right? You look at yesterday, it was just the opposite. Let's pull up some bigger names here. Hold on, Coolsky. Talking about progress in inflation. This is the power of the words of the Fed. Say one good thing, markets move higher. Say one bad thing, markets plummet. So look at Tesla. Speaking of, so yeah, so I'm going to dump these put options, but I think it was a lot to do with that news, right? The fact that they came out and said, hey, like the Trump transportation nominee says it confirmed it'll allow Tesla Autopilot probe to continue, which is, I think, just going to uncover more amazing attributes of what Tesla's doing, specifically with image, not just LiDAR, which, you know, the likes of Waymo or GM, the rest of the companies are using a lot of LiDAR technology. So it just detects, you know, where something might be distance-wise, versus what Tesla's doing is actually using real images with AI embedded into a computer on the in the car. Google's talking about a lot of uncertainties now. Yeah, I love it. Say the word uncertainty, then you see markets get shaky. But then uptick in business confidence. So again, positive words, positive sentiment. AI may read that as a good thing. Meta, let's start risky business here. Let's do this. We'll start a short position here in just a moment on Meta. If we don't bounce right now, so now that we're above it, 614.50 Meta short. Let's see if we come down and fill. I'm putting my price away from the target. Like if it's moving higher, cool. Like then maybe I don't short it. Maybe I go long. But right now, if it comes back through my target entry, then amazing. Trying to make this visual, but that's close enough. You get the idea. That's kind of what I want the trade to look like. This trade, on the other hand, over on MicroStrategy, I want it to look like this, like that. And because I have options, there's my stop. So it can get expensive. In fact, I'll probably put my stop more like up here. And if it does, that'll suck, because it'll probably take out a lot of my gains today, but it is what it is. Good news on Tesla, though, we made money on it. So those options that moved against, that's okay. They were small in size. This, however, is still a big position for me. So hopefully this works out on an STR. I know you guys wondering. Let's look at Bitcoin. See a nice pullback here. There's your 200. Respecting the 200, getting a little bit of a bounce. We're still sub 100,000. I imagine or anticipate MSTR will likely be up in this area when Bitcoin tries 100 grand, if it does. So I just think it's artificially inflated, this stock, personally. But forget what you think. Trade what you see, not what you feel. So I'm waiting for a breakdown. If it doesn't happen, you see this anchored VWAP from this morning's move on MSTR. It's staying above it right now, moving against my position. Okay, so don't always recommend these counter trend trades. It's how you can lose some money pretty quick. That said, in the event that I'm right, and it looks like what happened yesterday, we get this big push and then a takedown. Trust me, I will make a ton of money if this same thing happens today. And I'm risking some money, not a lot of money. We're in the meta trade, guys. The downside. This is kind of what we're looking for. Ideal target in that 6 or 7 range. Goldman Sachs still looking great. Let's look at JP Morgan. Beautiful on JP Morgan now. See Morgan Stanley. I mean, all the banks. Look at this. Look at Morgan Stanley just ripping. Let's look what MasterCard's doing. Okay. Let's look at Walmart. Oops. No fun. Target. Did I miss something on Target, guys? Quarterly dividend payable March when Target Corporation declares regular quarterly dividend. Okay. I don't know what's going on Target. That's pretty gross. Caterpillar continuing its move higher. No surprise. I wanted to trade that yesterday, actually. Right in this area. By the time I could even consider a trade, it was already up here, so didn't take it. But nice move on Caterpillar. I imagine John Deere is probably looking the same. Yeah, nice move. Good AMD. AMD having trouble with that 119 level. So if you're looking for a breakout, keep an eye on 119 if you're interested in AMD. Cue the disclaimer. And you looking great. TSM is going to report. I think, if I'm not mistaken, tomorrow. If Congress and President increase prices, then Fed will have to basically reconsider. I'm paraphrasing here on Goolsby. In target, that'll be 607 area. I have some bad news on DraftKings. Might be worth a short. Let's see if we get a pop up here to 39.5. Maryland announcing basically a way to mess with digital gambling. So this could be interesting. Let's see if we get maybe a pop to 40. But even if we get around 39.5, could be interesting. Tesla now on the breakout. Tesla above 419. I think this could be interesting to take for a big rip on Tesla. Tesla looking great though. Look at this. Man, that's some good news. Got up to 423. What do you guys think? Hit it? What do you think? Hit Tesla for a long? I'll wait. Not very, not a big action trade right now, Meta. Let's see what happens. I am watching the Qs. I mentioned a couple levels to mark. You're in at, let's see, 514.92 was a previous all-time. And then bottom end of the zone is 51433. There's that. I'll mark it white. And then 51558. So this will likely be your channel here. So what do we do here? Do we move higher? Do we move lower? Okay, watching this DKNG trade here. Wow, they're almost doubling the tax rate on their digital gaming. That's not good. 39.60. Load the boat. DKNG. 39.60. Let's go. Take my chances. There we go. I don't know. You know, if this bounces higher, I'll just get out of the way. But we've got a pretty chunky position on this thing. Let's see what happens. Obviously, can we bounce up to here? Sure, but doubling your tax rate once everybody figures out that news. Obviously, some people here figured it out sooner. I found out about right here, so I was kind of late to the party. But maybe people are trying to buy this dip. Wait till the real sellers show up and we get a real teardown. What's the low? 52-week low is $28. Yeah, maybe we get to 36, 35, 37 right here. I'm going to mark that as a target to make like 2 points. If we get confirmation in the move, I'm going to really, really load this thing. So basically call it under 39.08. Here comes Meta. Let's go. Let's go, Meta. Whee! Yeah, it's okay, guys. Keep buying the dip, and then I'll load up at my initial entry. It's fine. Meta, let's see the breakdown now. Again, if I get in anywhere in this like 609 area, 610 maybe, probably take a partial at 3-4 points. Why not? MSTR kind of making me nervous, but just trying to stick to it. It's options. That's what it is. See if we actually can break below the VWAP. SPY is doing it currently, holding the VWAP. Qs holding the VWAP. Bottom end of that range that we talked about right here. So for now, in my mind, this red box, it's 50-50. But, you know, if we get up over here, reject again, and come back to this level, could be an opportunity to short. If we end up down here, could be an opportunity to go long, but obviously we're looking at 50% retrace and all this other stuff as well. But, you know, fundamentally, like some of you have been asking, like, hey, what's the story with all these boxes and whatever? But think of this as demand zone, supply zone. In other words, short or buy. We've confirmed buyers down here. We've confirmed sellers here. We know this is a zone. Just look left. You haven't looked left on your own chart. But we know this is previous all-time high, 514.92. And we know this is kind of like a zone, you know, a little bit of a range. MSTR on the move now. Could stop me out. It probably is. It's pretty gross. Good news is I'm going to load up DraftKings for like a big, healthy chunk here in a moment. Let's move it. So 39.38. I'm going to have a huge, hold on. Let's make this a really big ad. There we go. So if it comes to my price, 39.38, I'm counting on this thing breaking this low. And then my target will be in this 37 print. MSTR though, likely going to run me over. Sad, sad day. Which I would think, so, oh man, okay. Again, it might be early to this, guys. So here's the issue. For any of you guys that gambled online before, by the way, we're about to load this thing. I'm talking like, you know, big share size DraftKings. So what I'm saying is, if you've done online gambling before, a lot of times you can pay or withdraw with Bitcoin or any crypto, not any crypto, but some kind of crypto, which prevents those taxes to be looked at. So I'm wondering if that now means, obviously that's going to eat into the revenue of the players, which may discourage them from playing, and also bring to light Bitcoin transactions that are then taxable if you're receiving online digital payments in Bitcoin. So it's eating margins on both sides, and you're going to likely lose players because, I mean, heck, day trading right now, realistically, you're paying short-term capital gains, probably north of about 50% taxes. But if you have your own business set up, you can write off a lot of those expenditures. And, you know, say, for example, purchase a vehicle, lease it back to your business. There's all kinds of things you could do to kind of help. Again, cue the disclaimer, not financial advice, not your tax advisor. But there's ways that you can, you know, make sense of some of the fact that you're having to pay 50% in taxes. Whereas with gambling, you're taking 100% of the risk, and now they're saying we're going to increase your tax obligation to 25%. Like, that could be interesting. Big move on NVIDIA, guys. Meta kind of in and around my break-even point, which is fine. That's not entirely true, Seth. That's another interesting thing. Again, talk to a tax advisor, etc. I'm not one of them, but there are limitations to, if you do have losses, how much loss you could take in a given year if you don't have like a business set up. Who knows? Maybe if that's a value, I could probably talk to a couple guys I know that are in that trade, and maybe help get some business, save you guys money or something. If that's a value to you guys or of interest, I don't know. I hate the idea of like pushing business on you guys, but if it's helpful, I mean, you know. Come on, DraftKings. I want to see a big red stripe all the way down here to 37.50 or better. Let's go. This is big position now, guys. Big size. Counting on a breakdown now. My stop loss will be a cent over, which is 40.01. So I'm not risking a whole lot, but I want a big break to the downside. You know, now looking at it, it sounds like I'm like pessimistic on markets. It's not it. It's just I heard this news. It's an opportunity to take advantage of it. You know, exploit the data that you have. What's going on with SMCI? It's really falling off a cliff right now. It's really bad. I'm not getting too excited on DraftKings just yet, but it's a chunky position. Don't you do it. Don't you do it. So yeah, here goes. Increase the sports wagering tax rate from 15% to 30% and increase the table game tax rate from 20 to 25%. So double the sports wagering and add 5% to your table games. So who knows? Maybe it's just, let bulls have their day and that's fine. I'm not opposed to. Look at NVIDIA. NVIDIA taking off now. With the MetaTrade, it's a nibble, and then if we get validation on our position, we can add if we crack the VWAP, and even more if we crack the 200. And if we move against, like get above this, call it 615 and a half, like my risk is pretty limited, right? A lot of times people will be like, oh man, like you came in, it's like 1,000 shares. Like, no, like build into a moving position that's in your favor. If like a day like today, again, contrarian trade, consolidation to VWAP and 200, likely to do what? Probably do this, right? However, if there is exhaustion for whatever reason, and we have a bunch of these Fed heads talking, and one of them happens to say the wrong thing, I don't mind owning something at this consolidation level. And if it does this, I'm out. But if it does this, I win. So hopefully that makes sense. Some of you guys asking, why are you shorting these positions? And then MSTR, I just think, I could care less. The higher the price on this thing, the better for me. I'll always want to short this stock. I think it's overvalued. It's, fugazi, we'll call it. Okay, we're going to add under the view up here. Actually, if we get under this candle, where is it? 6. All right, 613.40. Let me go ahead and put that in for an ad on Meta. Goolsby confident that we'll get inflation 2%. That's a promise that the Fed has made. Uh-oh, keep an eye on Tesla. Doo-doo-doo. High beta names, NVIDIA moving now. Well, I don't want to sit here all day, guys, but I'll tell you what. We've got a short position on DraftKings. Stop loss literally right there. And what we're looking for, that would be awesome. And if the move doesn't happen, whatever, we'll lose a few cents. Netflix, what's Netflix doing? Wow. Big rally on Netflix today. Holy moly. Okay. Okay, Meta moving slightly against. Again, we'll keep our stop pretty tight. Could be great for a long position, right? I mean, look at this, right? Consolidation here, bounce, rip higher. I'm not opposed to that. I mean, Tesla's about to rip. 426, topside target. Likely see resistance here, 423, and then 426, kind of the ideal push. Oh, shoot. Tesla, big move, big move. MSTR trade really testing my patience. I'll probably dump it here in a minute, guys. We talked about Tesla breaking out. Maybe missed out on it. I don't want to FOMO it, but if it pulls back anything, I'll probably get in there. IonQ pop. Let's see. Yeah, this thing was a beast today, huh? I think it was Microsoft. Was it Microsoft that announced something to do with quantum? And I think IonQ was the big name they announced it with. Let me see. Saw some news on that earlier. Where did it go? Was it marked? Look at Tesla long with NVIDIA. Okay. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I just have, like, I love NVIDIA as a company. I really do. I think it's a great company. They're always trying to do stuff to, create better and better chips, There's no denying they're leading that space. It's not the sexiest thing, you know what I mean, to sell. Like, people, walk up like, oh, this is a chip, and it's literally like just a plastic box, But it's hard to deny. I mean, they're the best right now. And trouble is the stock. I just think there's some headwinds with some uncertainty that I don't feel too comfortable about. And there's other stocks I could trade to make 20, 30 cents or even a point a lot easier. Case in point, Meta, Tesla, right? DraftKings right now, I'm telling you, if this breaks the low of day, guys, this would be a huge trade. Make like freaking tons of money right now. It's risky though. It's expensive. It's a big short. For me anyway. I start getting to like 2,000 shares. It's a big trade. So this is like 3x that size almost. All right. Meta's getting towards the high end of where I want to be stopped out. So I'll be patient. Realistically, I should have waited for the retest in this 614.50 to break. But we'll wait just a little bit. If we get run over, as shorts not working. Pretty obvious today. But it's why we start with a smaller size and then add if we move lower versus come in hot and heavy and then load, right? So like here, we started at 39.60. We waited to get down here, 38. We added. So now let's see if we get the big move. So naturally that moves my cost basis down a bit, but now we have twice the size. And no, it was a beautiful bounce in NVIDIA down the VWAP. I don't know if that's where you got your entry, but like to buy it here, you're basically counting or looking for that breakout over 135.5. Right. Okay, that's gonna probably do it for me on Meta. We'll wait. So we just get a slight pullback here. I'm gonna wait for more of a breakout. All right, that's it. I'm out of this Meta trade. Again, don't mind it. Small size. We're testing that 614.50. Looked like it wanted to break out. You guys know how I feel about Meta. So It is what it is. Gave a little bit back there. Not too worried about it. This right now, we're up on this DraftKings trade. Really want to see this thing break down. If it moves against, that's going to sting. MSTR, again, kind of in that 364 area. We get above that, which we very well easily can. I'll dump that position. Anyways, regardless, sometimes you take some red trades. As long as your green trades are better than your red trades, and you know why, it's a good thing. Sometimes it's hard to avoid, but again, like this meta trade, small loss. Small loss. You know, $86. Like, that's fine. I can survive $86. DraftKings, on the other hand, though, I mean, this is, I really got to see this tank. And if we do that, that could literally make my whole week. If we actually get to this 37.50 on DraftKings, guys, I'm going to make mega back on this thing. Anyway, I'll let you guys go. We'll see you.